Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 8 allies. We're going up against 80 enemies. That could be interesting. I wonder if I'll get my kills. I need flyers. I need range. I think I get both with the flying range. Anyway, Dancing Danny is in first place. Jenny Gwynny is in second. Gator Paws is in third. I'm somewhat surprised that we're lasting this long. I'll be honest. 8 versus 80. I was not seeing this coming. And while I don't know that we're going to win this, I won't be surprised if we do. Okay, now I know we know. Oh, wow. There we go. We're done. We've won. Sorry, we've lost. But I got my kills. Alrighty, let's try this again. Yeah, of course we're continuing. If there was a loyalty chest before that, I might have restarted it, but no. Start the battle. And healers. Healers. Alrighty. Clear the quest, and since it is past 8 a.m. for me, let's visit the shop where flying rogues get purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above 25, so another refresh, and that is that. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And now to look in on the viewer side shop, where musketeers get purchased. I'm above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. And that is that. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Thursday. 4th day of the work week for those of us working under that schedule. Post-hump day. So I hope you have good walking shoes so you can go down the hump and gently, carefully, approach the weekend. Let's not scare it away, shall we? Still nothing for me to report. Quite life, means nothing much to say about stuff. So today is going to be the world which is. Hi. Let's and I am taking the gang ultimately to Indianapolis, but there will be a pit stop in Fort Wayne. If I can, well, I want there to be a pit stop. I don't know what's going to happen. So I I will address some things. Basically, them traveling on foot and all that is about 20, 20 days of travels without delay, if they don't delay. If I knew of something that I could turn into a ruin between Detroit and Fort Wayne, I would bring it up. I would not have them go there, but I would bring it up. The thing is, I can't think of something in any way substantial. Because it's sort of my rule regarding ruins. Something needs to there needs to be something there as a point of focus to turn it into a ruin. Okay. Hey, Colo, what are you up to today? Making sure I have those two words. Ordered. Oh, well. Can you return them? And downloading mods for to RimWorld. Very cool. Battle Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 32 allies. We're going up against 55 enemies. Gator Paws is in first place. Wendrog is in second. Gwynny is in third. Wendrog is in third. Sigma's in second. Gator Paws is in first. Wendrog, Catacrack, and others have killed epics. And we're done. We've won. Gator Paws is in first place. 12 kills, 7 assists. Sigma OS is in second place. 16 kill. 001 Gwynny is in third. 12 kill, 1 assist. We have gold and no Dr. Derp. We have barbarians that no one is currently claiming. So, Rafaho-chan gets gold. Wendrog gets barbarians. And we move on to a gold chest before the boss. And it's another healer for me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Feel like you're having a tiny panic attack for some reason. I hope it passes. I hope you can work out why. I don't know if it can help, but the way I deal with them is by taking as deep a breath as I can, hold it as long as I can, and let it go very, very slowly. I find, for me, that works. It's why I think it works for me is that it forces my mind to think about something else. I have to focus on keeping on the breathing, on holding it, and then on how fast I let it go. So, but if that, yeah, I mean, and it's subconscious for me too, and it's got, yeah, no, I agree with that. Like this is not me saying, there's a reason. The thing is, what I find again, this works with me, is that no matter why I start feeling like I'm having a panic, and to be clear, I've never had big, like they're always tiny, but the moment I start realizing that, I do that, and with me, I find that it works, but I hope it passes. I hope that if you have ways of dealing with it, that they will work. You don't? Oh, okay. Well, I hope you eventually figure out some. Atoll Station. Everyone. Battle Station. We have 51 allies. We're going up against 93 enemies. And we are off with Montre in first place. Judy's in second. Gator Paws takes over second place. Mrs. Hides takes over third. Gator Paws is in first. Montre is in second. Catacrack is in third. Somewhere in there. And we have... Oh, that's a flying rogue, so he's not getting destroyed. But yeah, we are heading for the group that's left. Catacrack is in first, Gator Paws is in second, Mrs. Hyde is in third, and with that, I believe we are done. We have won. Catacrack is in first place, 9 kill, 12 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 7 kill, 13 assist, and Mrs. Hyde is in third, 4 kill, 13 assist. We have gold and no Dr. Derp. We've got Berserkers that no one is currently claiming. So Gator Paws gets the gold. That cosplay grill goes berserk. And we move on to the boss battle, where I will put another healer. Last one. And I got a quest to clear. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. I'll be right back. Ekla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? That's the one I wanted. You're doing fine. Very cool. I am doing well. Thank you very much. And what are you up to today? Relaxing for now, implying that will end at some point and you'll be doing something else. Right, study or read. Cool. I hope you have fun with that. Battle Station. One. Battle Station. We have 50 allies. We're going up against 81 enemies, and we are off with Mrs. Hyde in first place, Sigma taking that over. Mrs. Hyde is in second, Gator Paws is in third, Sigma is building a lead again, leaving us in the dust. Dancing Danny kills the boss, Ballydor and Sigma kill Epics, and with that, we're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place, 39 kill, 2 assist. Catacrack is in second place, 6 kills, 7 assist, and Mrs. Hyde is in third, 6 kill, 3 assist. We have flying around, we've got fairies, we've got nobody claiming them. So, Muggle Riding gets fairies, Dancing Danny gets wings. And we move on to the next battle where we'll have token and the boss. So we start with a hard battle on the way to the token chest. And being done with that, it is now time for flying on it. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. I'll be right back. Hey, Nursing Geek! Welcome to the stream. How have you been? Life's been chaotic, but overall good. Cool. For me, life has been quiet, fairly uneventful, as I prefer, although it doesn't give me much to talk about. We will have advertising, Stream Raider Battle, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 56 allies. We're going up against 78 enemies. Sigma's in first place. Ravenox is in second. Catacrack takes over. That is back in third. Arcten Telemetros takes over second place. Sigma is in first. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Windrog is in third. And we have a batch of enemies down there that we shall be dealing with quickly. And there we go. We're done. We've won. Mrs. Hyde makes it to first place. 9 kills, 16 assists. Sigma OS is in second place. 2 kills, 16 assists. And Dancing Danny is in third. 8 and 8. We have gold. Do we have a Dr. Derp? We do not. We've got Saints that no one is currently claiming. So, Muckle and Lighting gets gold. JR and Severed Marlin get Sanctified. And we move on to another hard battle on the way to the token chest. And it is another Flying Rogue for me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. correct something, because a core scripter pointed out that Dennis is actually not immune to damage from wood. It means that if he's going to punch a wooden wall, he is going to feel it. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 56 allies. We're going up against 87 enemies. Marlin was in first. Sigma takes that over. Catacrack is now in third. Balidor is in third. Sigma's in first. Marlin is in second. Nursing Geek, welcome to the battle, was in third. Mrs. Hyde takes over second place. Catacrack is in third. A lot of people kill epics. And looks like we are about to be done. And there we go. We're done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place. 13 kill, 32 assist. Mrs. Hyde is in second place. 5 kill, 15 assist. And Catacrack is in third. 14 kill, 3 assist. We have gold and no Dr. Derp. We've got Bomber, we've got Lego heads that no one is currently claiming. So, that cosplay grill gets bomb, Salazar gets gold, Luna Chu gets Legos. And we move on to a very hard battle on the way to the token chest. And another flying arrow for me. I am done with my quest, right? Yep. Oh well. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. I have established it. I did not remember this. Oh, wait. Are you telling me I don't have anything set up on here? Could have sworn I've been using. No, wait. I've been using it here, not here. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Oh, shift. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay, got it. All right. This means Theo has to be human. Right, right, right. This was written before Tyrannus was a thing. Right, his father is a Decker. And only humans can be Decker. I mean, I could go the line of he's been adopted, but nah. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 63 allies. We're going up against 147 enemies. Sigma starts us in the lead. Muckle Riding's in second. Catacrack is in third. Sigma kills a bunch of epics. Sigma's in first. Muckle Riding's in second. Catacrack is in third. White Fox takes that over. White Fox is in second. Revnox is now in third. Sigma Sigma is gone in the distance. We can forget about them. They've left us behind. And White Fox is in second. Mrs. Hyde is in third. And with that, we are done. We've won. Sigma OS is in first place. 56 kill, 29 assist. White Fox Mink. I don't know why I always have difficult time pronouncing that, is in second place, 32 assists, and Mrs. Hyde is in third, 14 kill, 16 assist. We have vampires, we've got Saint, we've got Lancers, we've got nobody claiming them. So, Judy Black Cloud gets bitten. I'm Mr. Fluffy to you gets sanctified, and Bing gets lanced. And we move on to another very hard battle on the way to the token chest. And another flying rogue. And half an hour to see how this turns out. I'll be right back. Hey, White Fox, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You are very well. Very cool. Just relaxing. It's 1:20 in the morning. Wow. Okay. Hopefully that's a regular time for you and you are not staying up unnecessarily late. Holy cow, they've already picked it up. Cool. So 2 weeks. No, a week. Holy cow. Yeah, a week. By next week, I should get my replacement. That's neat. And how are you winding down? wonder if this will work. Nah, doesn't work. Gotta change because I mean, well, the time frame because it's not well, I guess years qualify. It's decades ago. Because this would take place much closer to the present than when I wrote it. Well, mainly because when I wrote this, there was no timeline. This was written well before Tyrannus existed. That's also not accurate anymore. Alrighty. Lunchtime for me. Actually, no, I don't have freeform. I have made one. There we go. No, this one. Alrighty, so. I even have a button for it. I will do my best to return within 20 minutes or so, in time to run the battle. Otherwise, I shall see you all when I get back from lunch. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 66 allies. We're going up against 266 enemies. And we are off. Spunky's in the lead. Amoronix takes that over. Nursing Geek is in second. Judy's in third. Judy's in second. Spunky's in second. Judy's in second again. Amoronix is vanishing in the distance this time around. I guess Sigma's not with us. Judy's in second. Spunky's in third. And we're done. We've won. Amoronix is in first place, 117 kill, 1 assist. Judy Black Cloud is in second place, 60 assists. Spunky is in third, 56 kills. We have monks, we've got centurion, we have healers. We've got nobody claiming any of that. So, Coralize gets healed. Judy Black Cloud gets a shield. Ding gets monked. And we move on to another very hard battle on the way to the token chest. And yet again, flying rogue. Alrighty, we will see how this turns out when I get back from lunch. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 57 allies. We're going up against 196 enemies. And we are off. Amoronix is in first place, solidly there, vanishing away. Sigma is in second. Who knows, maybe they'll catch up. The Cosplay Grill is in third. Catacrack takes over third. Cosplay is back there. Amoronix is in first. Yeah, Amoronix is lost in the distance. We're not catching up. Sigma's in second. And I believe we're done. Yep, we're done. We've won. Amoronix is in first place, 133 kill, 1 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 2 kill, 33 assist. That Cosplay Grill is in third, 3 kill, 20 assist. We've got gold and no Dr. Derp. We have a Centurion that no one is currently claiming. So Judy Blackcloud gets gold. The Revnox gets a shield. And we move on to an insane battle on the way to the token chest. And yet again, another flying rogue for me. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And this afternoon it will be a read and comment of Angst work. Oh, thank you very much for resubscribing 14 months in a row. Thank you very much. I expect this is announcing Angst's arrival. And once they are here, once we have confirmed that they are ready, there you go. It does me a few cents. Well, again, thank you very much. And are we ready? You hope so? Leo took a piece of cracker and nibbled on its edge. It was dry, without the brandy on to top it, but it wasn't really the point. Honoré had gone quiet, and Leo wasn't sure why. Leo sighed. Aurelie would surely say to ask Honoré why, that communication was the only hope of making things between people better. But what if the problem was that Leo had already said too much? The meal and show had seemed like a good idea, giving them something else to concentrate on if Honoré weren't entirely comfortable with Leo. But what if it also made it harder for Honoré to walk away? Honoré touched Leo's hand. Is something wrong? No, why? You sighed. Honoré's smile was a bit uncertain. I worried I might be boring you, or maybe what I said about the play upset you? I don't know. You're not boring me. Leo tried a smile of his own. He hoped it was it was more convincing. I worried I was boring you, talking about myself too much. You aren't, though. You're interesting. You've done so many things and known so many people. I'm the one who's boring. The most interesting I've done is move to Capital for my apprenticeship, and you've been here all your life. I have. Which means I've never seen it through your eyes. How could he make Honoré more comfortable? What was the biggest change moving to the city? the apprentice dormitory. Honori held up a hand. Don't laugh. I understand now the purpose of it, but until then, I slept on a cot in my parents' cubiculum. Suddenly, sharing a room with 7 other young people, almost all of them older than me, was quite a shock. Leo nodded. I imagine they were rowdier roommates than your parents. You weren't kidding, whispering late in the night. Sometimes people slipping into one another's bed. With the curtain closed, our journeyman couldn't tell. Though, of course, nobody did anything worse than cuddling. Honori grinned. A rare expression for him. I now understand that's the purpose of having all the apprentices in one big room with 6 potential witnesses. Nobody's going to force somebody into something improper. That makes sense. Even the communal shower at Cloac Lenses were a bit of a shock, honestly. I didn't stay overnight, but I desperately needed a shower before going home, as everybody else did. Can you imagine me and 5 dwarves trying to sluice off the worst of the muck? You're a bit taller than they are, I'd imagine. More than a little, Leo reminded himself not to talk too long about that placement. But surely is... Hey, Aldous! Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope your stream went well. I hope you are doing well. I am in the process of doing a read and comment of Ank's work, so I will be getting back to that. But surely this tale was harmless. I was in great demand to pour water from above, but I had to sit for anybody to perform the same service for me. Honor looked out over the room. It's hard to believe they're serving more food after as much as we've already had. All right, enjoy your food, Aldous. Thank you very much. Leo smiled. Of course, 1 course per act, but the last is usually lighter. Chilled fruit in summer or autumn, probably something warm now to prepare people to brave the weather after the play's over. But the weather was fine when we came in. Leo smiled. It was, but you can't count on that in menu planning because Tobias tries to match the food to the play. He doesn't usually change the menu from day to day the way we do at the Sanguine Horse. Does that mean you know what's up next? Afraid not. The menu does change from year to year, and this is the first time I've attended the full show as a guest. Oh, what do you think of it then? I think I liked it better in rehearsal. Leo smiled. I'm biased, of course. Most of the people on stage were friends of mine, but rehearsal usually had it in bite-sized pieces, so they could focus on one aspect at a time, all strung together. I think the 4th act was too long. It was the repetition that got to me. I felt like they were going over the same things over and over again. I know the characters are stupid, they must be, to not recognize their own father in costume, but I'm not. You only have to tell me once. Sorry you're not enjoying the play. Is there anything you do like? Honor blushed and looked at the table. A couple of things. Leo dared to brush his cheek. Oh? Honor shivered. The food is good. Tobias does an excellent job. If I see him, I'll say you said so. Leo removed his hand from Honore's face. He'd gone too far with that. What was wrong with his judgment today? And Honore glanced up at Leo briefly, then fixed his eyes on the table in front of him. I enjoy the company. Was that a compliment? It sounded like one, but Honore's entire posture closed him out. Thank you. I've enjoyed spending time with you. Even if I'm not enjoying the play the way you wanted me to? Honore's voice quivered. Quivered? No, okay. Leo shook his head. I had hoped you would enjoy the play, but that's because I value you, not the play. I want you to have a good time. No, I'm used to it as quiver. And so I wanted to double check that the spelling was correct. And it is. I want you to have a good time, not be stuck somewhere you can't leave because I picked a bad activity. Honore looked at him, though the man's lower lip was still between his teeth. It's not your fault, and you're generous to invite me at all. You don't even really know me, and I should be more appreciative. That's not true. I want you to be honest with me, or else I'm likely to keep suggesting things you don't like. Stirring on the edge of the stage presage the final act. Would you like me to ask Tiana to slip us out through the kitchen when she gets back, or are you up to staying through the fifth act? I don't want to disrupt the kitchen staff's work or put Tiana out further. She seems nice. Honore's grin was a little loop-sided, but his shoulders were looser than they were before. Besides, it's only one more act. How bad can it be? Oh, that does not bode well. At first, the answers seemed to be not bad at all. Cleomenes, the man who stood beside the daemon at Hermion's trial, acted as a foil to Leontes' repentance. The man had lost everything, and he regretted rejecting the gods' counsel. Whilst I remember Hermione and her virtues, I cannot forget my blemishes in them. I wronged her, but I also arm myself, who shall hold this trading house that I had from my father. No heir of mine, dead and lost, the issue of the blood, nor did I spare the sweetest spouse that ever birthed the hopes of men. Paulina was less sympathetic. True, too true, my lord. If, one by one, you wedded all the world, she would kill you. She you killed would be unparalleled. Of course, her ascension that Leontes had directly killed his wife set the merchant prince off again. Cleomenes chided her for her harsh word, but she was unrepentant. You are one of those who would have him wed again. Cleomenes' priorities differed. If you would not so, you pity not the house, nor the remembrance of his most worthy name. Consider a little what danger by our leaders' fail of issue may drop upon our company and devour uncertain lookers on. The long-lived dwarf tend to weary of our changes from year to year. A line unbroken, grandparents, parent, child, they'll often serve, yet strangers turn away. Paulina, in turn, pointed out the words of the Celestial of Ignis, that Leontes should not have an heir until his lost child was found. Despite Paulina's certainty that her own husband had perished with the girl, she insisted to Leontes, care not for issue, the house will find an heir. Others have left their goods unto the worthiest who served them, so their successor would be best. Beg counsel again of the god when it is time to pass, and mark their word, nor fight the faith you've brought upon us all. The argument continued in similar vein, but Honore's eyes remained on the stage. Apparently, the logic of their argument held his interest better than the sweet words of courtship. If we were lucky, he might have a chance to use that in the future. The discussion was finally interrupted by the arrival of Florizel, purporting to bring greetings from his father and Florizel's wife, Perdita. Cleomenes was sent to greet them, and Tiana returned to their table with steaming pitcher, 2 cups, and a look of silent apology. Leo smiled his understanding and took up the pitcher. Offering the first cup, he poured to Honore. He got a smile for his effort before Honore's attention returned to the action on stage. Leontes was suspicious that his old friend would send an emissary after all this time, but was distracted by by sadness that Mamilius' passing meant he was unable to companion Florizel and, unbeknownst to him, Leontes' own daughter. Your father's blessed, as some of the gods he merits it, with you worthy of his goodness. What might I have been? Might I, a son and daughter, now looked on such godly things as you? Tina returned to the table with a wafer still warm from the platen. Even Honore's head turned, and his nostril flared at the rose water and sugar fragrance, and his smile was, when they met Leo's eyes, was much more relaxed. A gentleman rushed onto the stage, informing Leontes that Polixenes had landed on a spice ship diverted from his route. He was pursuing Florizel, who has, his dignity and duty both cast off, fled from his father, from his hope, and with a shepherd's daughter. Leontes frowned, an exaggerated expression calculated to be visible even at the back of the room. Where is Polixenes? Speak! Here, in your city. And now came from him, but while he was hastening to this very trading house, met he on the way the father of this seeming lady and her brother. They had both their country quitted with this young prince. Florizel hung his head. Camillo has betrayed me, whose honor and whose honesty till now injured all weather. He got no sympathy from the nameless lord. Lay it so to his charge. He's with the king, your father. Who, Camillo? Camillo, sir, the lord confirmed. I spake with him, who now has these poor men in question. Never saw a wretch so quake. They kneel and they kiss the earth. They forswear themselves as often as they speak. Polixenes stops his ears and threatens them with divers harm. Wow. The language of theater. Oh, my poor father. Perdita turned towards the diner, who, to better display her distress, fate has set spies upon us that our contract not be celebrated. Leontes looked between Perdita and Florizel. You are wed, you said. Florizel shook his head. We are not, sir, nor are we like to be. The stars, I see, will kiss the valleys first. The odds for high and lows alike. My lord, be she the daughter of a noble house? She is, or shall be, once my wife. That once, I see, by your good father's speed, will come on very slowly. Leontes shook his head. I am sorry, most sorry. You have broken from his liking, where you were tied in duty. And as sorry your choice is not so rich in good as beauty, that you might well enjoy her. Florizel wrapped an arm around the despairing Perdita. Dear, look up. Though the gods themselves should chase us with my father and show themselves our enemy, power not jot have they to change our love. Perdita wept in his embrace, face buried on Florizel's shoulder. Without releasing her, Florizel returned his attention to Leontes. Beseech you, sir, remember when you owed no more to time than I do now. With thought of such affection, step forth my advocate. At your request, my father will grant precious thing as trifles. Leontes appraised Perdita with a gaze unsuited to a man old enough to be her father. Would he do so, I beg, your precious mistress, whom he counts but a trifle? Paulina was quick to scowl him for it, apparently now his choice of conscience. He apologized, though more to Paulina than Perdita, and said that even his admiration of Perdita's look was reflection of his love for Hermione's. Honore would probably complain that he didn't make the connection, and he'd have a point to. Sitting in the audience with leisure to analyze the play as a whole, the thread of conscience and convenience stupidly holding it together seemed rather ragged. I will speak to your father, Leontes promised. Your love has not compromised your duty to his as his heir. I support you in your action. I'll go to him now. Come with me and watch what I do. Then the lights were covered, the stage furnishing rearranged, and the main players were gone. And the stage was lit once more. Two nameless gentlemen spoke with Autolycus, the thief and swindler, to summarize the great reveal of Perdita's parentage. The tiny casket left with the babe, according to a third gentleman, had held both Hermione's mantle and her necklace, though there was no indication how Antigonus had gotten them, having left before Hermione's was tried. The elf had apparently left letters of his own in the box, with which the shepherd and his son had never mentioned, revealing the full circumstances of the girl's abandonment. One of the gentlemen asked, "What, pray you, became of Antigonus that carried as the child?" Like an old tale still, which will have matter to rehearse, though credit it be asleep and not an ear open. Where the lass he bore, a walrus likewise dwell and nursed her young. Protective of her pup, she chased the man into the sea, mauled and nearly drowned ere merfolk soothed her wrath. They borne him to a temple blessed by air, and so the dem nearby. They dwelled there without memory until this time. Yet he comes now. The goddess deemed it fit to wake his mind and let him see his precious trust fulfilled. Paulina was so overjoyed by this she near forgot her sorrow for the loss of her child's mother and Leontes' wife. But then Perdita asked and wept full sore to hear her mother's tale. For discussion between the gentlemen, talk of a statue Paulina had commissioned from a mysterious dwarven sculptor. Conveniently, it was ready to unveil, and she would take Leontes along with Perdita to see it. When they were done, Autolycus engaged in some self-pity that, being a liar and a thief, he could expect small reward for his work connecting the pieces. But then the shepherd and his son appeared on stage. After an exchange of word, Autolycus cozened the younger elf into swearing to his honesty. Honore would not, Leo feared, be impressed. Honore picked up, and these gaps indicate a change of block and a change of point of view. So we are now in Honore's point of view. Honore picked up one of the wafers between his fingers. The first part of this act had been so promising. People were talking to one another, resolving outstanding issues, and, with the exception of everybody in the play apparently being incapable of recognizing their own kin, not overwhelmingly stupid. He's being a Leontes not recognizing Perdita, I buy. As an outsider, I buy. And then the very next scene betrayed it. Rather than showing the important event, yeah, I'm with him on that one. Rather than showing the important event, the discovery of Perdita's identity, and this is not a critique of what is there. I am simply disagreeing with Honore's opinion here, on the level of Leontes not recognizing Perdita. The last time he saw her, she was a babe. So, rather than showing the important event, the discovery of Perdita's identity, and all the emotion that went along with it, the diners were forced to watch people gossip about it. Yeah, that I agree with him. It was an injustice to Perdita's performer and Florizel's Leontes and Polixenus. From what the anonymous gentleman said, it might have given the girl's foster father and brother a chance to shine. Instead, the only somewhat important character to appear in the scene were the elven shepherd who had adopted Perdita. And once again, they were depicted as comically kind fools. Yeah. Oh yeah, the previous one I'm with him on that one. Like, yeah. Simply this specific one, like there's enough time passing to go, yeah, father. This belief that a father will recognize their child no matter what, I don't buy it. um, it was clearly Perdita's story. How she was lost, what that cost her father her flourishing even in less affluent circumstances than she was born to, and finally the way her truth was discovered. But most of the play was people talking about her. Perhaps it would be a challenging role for one still young enough to play Memelius, but Morven seemed more than competent for what was asked of him. Honore had to conclude that it was Lord Willem, not Morven, who diminished the central character and her foster family to side notes in their own tale. He worried that Leo would be disappointed in him. Honor had been too timid for the ice slide, despite Leo's praise, and now he was too impatient for the show at Globus. He was acting like the runaway child in the story he'd watched as a child. The girl who crept into a peasant's hut only to complain that one dish was too hot, the next too cold, one bed too soft, the next too hard. The peasants in the story had offered hospitality at first, but when the spoiled child governess arrived with a bundle of hazel twig and a stern look, the peasant had been quick to lend the governess a room backstage. The shriek of the child's actor had chilled him. And a child, though he now understood better the difference between a stage production and life. Alright, give me a quick moment to resolve this. Leo would never beat him, of course. Honore wasn't an ill-mannered child who needed to be punished for his fault, and Leo was far too kind. But just as the child in the play wore out the peasant's hospitality with her fussiness, surely Leo would tire of Honore's company. But he also wanted Honore to be honest. And when, for that matter, had Honore started caring if Leo wanted to spend time with him? He barely knew the man. Surely it was too early to call him friend. But then the lights on the stage came up again, revealing Leontes, Polixenes, Florizel, Perdita, Camilo, Paulina, and sundry nameless lords. Honore dared to hope. Leontes began speaking as soon as he stepped onto stage. "O grave and good Paulina, the great comfort I have had of thee. What I did not well, my lord, I meant well. All my services you have paid home, accepting back your daughter and her spouse, and deigning to come to the statue I've had made. All the sculptors in the town I thought I knew, and all their works reviewed, yet Maquera is said by you a craft woman without peer. As Hermione's lived peerless, so this likeness, I do well believe, excels whatever yet you looked upon. This is no common sculptor. In truth, her work mocks life as ever sleep mocked death." Paulina pulled back a curtain, revealing what was surely Hermione's actress standing statue still. I like your silence. It's the more show off. I like your silence. It's the more show off your wonder, but yet speak. First Lord Leontes, come it not somewhat near? Her natural posture. Leontes reached towards the statue, but stopped before making contact. Chide me, dear stone. Chide me, dear stone, that I may say indeed thou art Armuan, or rather thou art she in thy not chiding, for she was as tender as infancy and grace. Polixenes points out that the statue looks somewhat older than the Armuan he knew, 8 years perhaps, as if between her death and now she lived, but yet lived not. Give me leave, begged Perdita, and do not say 'tis superstitious that I kneel and then implore her blessing. Lady, dear mother, that ended when I but began, give me that hand of yours to kiss. Honore expected the statue to come to life at that point, but Paulina interceded. Oh, patience. The statue is but newly fixed. The color is not dry. Leontes begins to cry then, and Paulina had everything she could do to keep him from embracing the painted stone. Several times she made to cover it again with its drape. Each time Leontes forbade it. Finally the sculptor entered. A human woman dressed as if a dwarf. Her long beard was silver threaded with gold, impossibly silky, and clever costuming adjusted her proportion. Eyes shielded only by clear goggles fixed Leontes, Camillo, Polixenes, and Perdita in turn. Either forbear, quit presently to temple, and there lose yourself in prayer, or else resolve yourself to wonder greater still. You, Lord, do you play? Alrighty, we will have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back to continue this. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 177 enemies. Montre starts us in first place. Sigma's in second. Bing is in third. Sigma takes over first. Montre is in second. Revnox is in second. Cuddles is in third. Severed Marlin, Sigma, and more Sigma kill Epics, and Sigma's gone. Aye. Revnox is in second. Cuddles is in third. Rendrog kills Epic, and so Raptor nursing Geek. What do we have left? Nothing. We're done. We've won. Sigma is in first place. 116 kill, 9 assist. The Revnox is in second place. 1 kill, 28 assist. Catacrack is in third. 6 kill, 8 assist. We've got busters. We have Musketeer. We have no one claiming any of them. So, Dancing Danny gets busted. Severed Marlin gets Musketeers. And we move on to an insane battle before the token chest. And another. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. When I was young, I sometimes entertained my friends and loves upon the lyre. Lyre? Fetch him a lyre. The sculptor waited for Paulina to comply. Now play, my lord, as you would for your wife. Leontes began to play, a simple tune, yet well executed. Perdita listened with wonder on her face, then joined her clear voice to the tune. The words were celestial, and far beyond what Honore remembered from school, but it seemed a vernal song of life renewed. The sculptor listened with approval, then turned to the sculpture. It is time. Descend. Be stone no more. Approach, though all who look upon will marvel. Come, let earth reclaim your grave. Steer. Nay, come away. Bequeath to death your numbness, for from its grip life's love redeem you. Slowly, the statue Hermione began to move with the music. All eyes on the stage, and certainly Honore's, were fixed upon her. With swaying step, she approached Leontes. Start not. Her actions shall be holy as you. Her actions shall be holy as you hear my way are lawful. Do not shun her until you see her die again, for then you kill her double. The sculptor turned to Leontes. Nay, present your hand. When she was young, you wooed her. Now in age, is she become the suitor? Oh! Cried Leontes, thrusting the lyre into Paulina's hand. She's warm. If this is magic, let it be an art lawful as eating. She embraces him, observed Polixenes, though surely every seat in the dining room could see the same. She hangs about his neck, agreed Camillo. If she pertains to life, let her speak too. Yet, and make it manifest where she has lived, or how stolen from the dead. Polixenes shook his head. Or of dwarf we have heard tales of stillness when near death, a holding state till rescue come, our bodies heal. Yet we were young together, and I would swear Hermione's no dwarf. Sopendo is a state my children find more easily than most. The sculptor smiled upon them, now clearly more than the simple dwarf. Humans rest not as deep nor ageless sleep, yet say not a goddess power lack when justice must be served. Hermione consigned herself to earth as embrace. Today, I but return that gift to her. Terra. Perdita gazed upon the sculptured goddess, her mouth half open. May all the gods bless me, your Terra. So some call me in this place, and my blessing shall be yours. Terra smiled on the young woman. But yet it is not me whom that gentleness you beg. Your mother lives, now kneel and ask her blessing. Perdita complied with alacrity, going to one knee and bowed head. Terra spoke then to Hermione. Turn, good lady, your Perdita is found. The hand Hermione laid on Perdita's head was tentative and full of wonder. When Perdita stood, she embraced her with the passion of a woman who had found what had been feared lost forever. The scene went on some time longer, with Leontes begging the forgiveness of Hermione and Polixenes for his suspicion, and all three parents blessing their children's marriage. All competently performed, but nothing else matched the awe of that exchange between mother and daughter. The stage light dimmed, and then the magenta-haired elf snuffed them completely, while Honore was still trying to understand how they'd made him feel. It was only a story, after all, and he understood that as he hadn't as a child. But something about it had felt real. Leo touched his hand and smiled when Honore looked at him. A happy ending, or near enough. Honore smiled back. I am content. If that's what you're asking. Perdita was robbed of the rest of the play, though. Lost, I think, rather than robbed. The robbery was her brother. That's not what I mean. That's not what I meant. But Leo's grin, when the light of torches once more burning around the dining room, suggested he knew that. It's Perdita's story, really. From her birth to her rediscovery, yet that last exchange was the first chance to really see her act. M. A smile softened Leo's correction. A play the female role well, but A just as convincing as a boy. And if you knew M outside a role, there'd be no question. Honore nodded. A is good. I hope you'll consider my error a statement to Eric's skill. I'm sure it would. Leo raised a hand as if to call somebody over. Would you like to meet him? Oh no, I couldn't. Honore took a swig of his Hippocras. Its spices were far more smoothly balanced than what Leo had bought while they were waiting for the orrery. But it had long since gone cold. I wouldn't dream of imposing. I'm sure it wouldn't mind. But Leo lowered his hand. Perhaps another time. He said you need to stop at the bakery before I go home. If you don't mind. Honore swallowed. How much of an imposition was it, this extra stop for which he'd volunteered Leo? If you have time. I'll make time. What had Honore done to deserve that smile? He knew how long the show would run, and I knew how long the show would run, and you did warn me in advance. Funny it knows I might be late home, and I warned Cressida I might not be in the dining room for the first hour or two. She's performing with Rebby tonight, but not until later. I have the time. If you're sure. Honore looked around the room. People from other peoples. I'm guessing he means elves, dwarves, well, in this case, just elves and dwarves. Although I would ask, is there a need to specify? Or is the intent something different here? People from other people were standing. Or, oh, or do you mean people from other tables? At least it's what makes it seem the most plausible. People from other tables were standing, some chatting with the mingling performers, and others making their way towards the gate in the golden fence. Do we need to wait for Tiana to tell us what we owe, or should we have paid at the wicket coming in? I told you I'd take care of it, Honore. Leo rested a hand on his arm. If you're eager to get going, we can brave the crowd, though I can also we can also sit here a little longer if you like. Honore shifted in his seat. He liked spending time with Leo, but was he taking too much of it? How late is it? Winter's Tale is about 3 hours straight through, but the breaks between the act are 15 minutes to let us get the food out. We've been here just over 4 hours. That's longer than I thought. Nora considered, then decided to risk a joke. Except, of course, the third act. I could believe that stretched past 4 hours all on its own. Leo laughed. It did take a while. That's why Tobias doesn't serve hot food for it. In an hour of nibbling, it would lose quality. What we had was quite good. When I wasn't hungry, exactly, but he picked up one of the remaining wafers from the plate and nibbled at its edge. I think the wafers are almost as good cold as they were hot, though. Warm wafer and Hippocras to settle the stomach. Fill up the edges and send people off with pleasant memories. Leo smiled. Are you sure you didn't want to meet Morven? I think the crowds of admirers are thin enough. We could get near them. Henry blushed. Not today, thank you. I'm not prepared. No preparation necessary. It really is very nice. Leo rose and offered a hand to Honore. But I won't compel you. Let me know another time if you change your mind. It was that simple. Thank you, Leo. I'll keep that in mind. There was that smile again. The one with the warmth Honore didn't deserve. Please do. Finding his cloak gave Honore an excuse to look away. It had slipped off the chair when he'd laid where he'd laid it and under the table. He was half under to retrieve it when Tiana came to clear the table. Oh my, she looked at Leo. Did the show not hold your interest without additional stimulation? It hadn't, at least for Honore, but he didn't understand what that had to do with retrieving his cloak. Gently, Tiana. Honore isn't used to such teasing. You'll embarrass the man. Why would he be embarrassed to retrieve his cloak? Sure, the position was a bit awkward, but scraping ashes from the back of the oven was far more so. Tiana laughed. I'm sure he understands I'm playing. Besides, if that were the issue, I would have expected you to be under the table. I know you're eager to offer service. Honor shook his head. He could pick up a cloak without Leo doing it for him. And Leo had his own warm wrap to don and a complicated clasp to close it. Tiana's comment made no sense. Until it did. Honor's face burned scarlet, and he wished he could sing through the floor. Surely she couldn't think he would, or that Leo would, and in public? How long could he stay under the table before someone objected? Long enough for the dining room to empty? It's safe. You can come out. Leo's voice was soft and low. She's gone back to the kitchen. Face even darker with the knowledge that Leo saw what he was doing, Honore backed out from under the tablecloth. I'm sorry about Tiana. She teases me like that fairly often when we work together, but I didn't think she'd include you. Was she? Yeah. Was she really suggesting? Honore couldn't finish the sentence. That we might be engaging in fellatio? Theo's tone didn't waver. Honore's face burned, but Leo treated it like a neutral question. Yes, in jest. I wouldn't do that with unconsenting others in the room, but we have got people doing worse. Honor shuddered. I don't want to know. No, you probably don't, Leo smiled. I'm hard to embarrass. Don't be on my account. What about on my own? That's reasonable. Leo reached out as if to touch his arm again, but stopped before making contact. Would you like me to ask her to apologize? No, he couldn't say it was all right. It didn't feel all right, but making a fuss wouldn't make it any better. I think that might make it worse. I thought it might. Leo's smile was gentle and a little sad. He offered Honore his arm. It was a childish joke, and I'm sorry she made you uncomfortable. Honore rested his hand lightly on the crook of Leo's arm. Thank you. That helps. And somehow, it did. And we are now on to today's third part, a Leo point of view. Leo managed to guide Honore through the thinning crowd with only a token wave or nod for the people he knew from his time at Globus. It helped that most of the servers would be in the kitchen, glad to be off their feed between performances, and those whose primary responsibility was acting would be occupied. I'm glad the play is over. The language of the play, as you explained 2 weeks ago, it's on purpose, but it is quite something to read through. Not really much to say about that, primarily because the play takes most of it. And the only thing I'd have to say about that are the structure of it, which is how it's supposed to be. So the interaction between Leo and Honore is nice. I like the little advancement Honore is making. While not changing overnight, kind of thing. Like, he's recognizing that he's feeling something for Leo. and, you know, he, Leo's kindness helps, makes him feel better. Um, you know, he's making effort to be more honest. So yeah, I mean, you know, those are all small steps, and I like it. Like I do enjoy the interaction between them. Um, ta-ta-ta-ta. And those whose primary responsibility was acting would be occupied making nice with admirers from the dining room. Hopefully, because if we get Shakespeare outside of the theater, I may have comments. Although I can easily see ways of slipping it while still making sense. The actors deserve their praise, certainly, but Lord Willem insisted that mingling with guests was even more important for ensuring those visitors became ongoing patrons. It was one thing to come to see a show once, as he'd brought Honore as a point of interest. In warmer season, half the dining room was usually filled with travelers from outside capital. The reserved boxes, however, were rented by the season to wealthy families like Lady Margaret's. Their willingness to return multiple times, even within the same run of a show, was because they felt a connection with the performers. It really was much like the Sanguine Horse. Different kind of show, though. Morven, the youngest of the of the regular players, had been cornered by a couple Leo didn't know. He was smiling and fawning in a way that played up Air Youth, and Air Right thumb was tucked through the belt of Perdita's gown in the agreed upon signal for needing rescue. Leo scanned the rest of the room and spotted Anthony already moving toward them. Beside Leo, Honore's step faltered. Is something wrong? Nothing I need to handle. Leo returned his full attention to the shorter man. Anthony's got it. All right. Honore let Leo guide him through the gate until into Globus's entry area. Are you disappointed I didn't want to meet your acting friends? Leo shook his head. No, it's not that. It's just that everybody sorts of keep an eye. It's just that everybody sorts of keeps an eye on Morven during the socializing period. It's an old habit, same as keeping an eye on my sibs. I didn't mean to make you feel ignored. You wanted me to meet him, only because I thought it might interest you. Honore was far. Hey, Christy! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Honore was far too nervous for Leo to joke that Leo would rather keep a new friend to himself for a time anyway. Between Barra's unsubtle intent introducing them and Tiana's crude fellatio jibe, it would be shocking if Honore weren't feeling pressured. Truly, Honore, I can stop by and catch up with friends any time. Today, I choose to spend it with you. I appreciate it. Honore moved far enough ahead to open the door and hold it for Leo. Outside, the sky already showed black against the publicly maintained lamp that shed their minimal illumination over the street. You're sure you don't mind coming back to the bakery with me? How could Leo reassure him? I'm sure. I planned for this, remember? Leo knew the way to the bakery, but he let Honore take the lead. After a few steps, Honore glanced up at him. Have I thank you for inviting me? To Globus? Leo smiled. A few times. I think I'm just sorry you didn't enjoy the show more. Some of it was good. Honore frowned. It was just so uneven. The main actors were great when the story gave them a chance, but it feels like 3 scenes for one play, then 2 more from a different play entirely? I can see that. I never really saw the whole play from beginning to end before. So the individual scenes look excellent. Honore nodded. I can see that. A lot of them were excellent. But you say the dancers at the festivals that had competed at Ciclo? Most of them, probably. But it's a children's event, as I said. Leo struggled to find an analogy. If somebody could translate a book from Celestial, you'd be impressed, right? Honore hesitated, drawing out his answer. Yes? What if the book were Mendo Molomabet? Honore blinked. The one they gave us in school when we were 8? Mendo Molomhabet. Mendo Molomhabat. Amat. Mulos Mando Amat? Leo grinned. That's the one. Everyone I know can recite the first book pretty much from memory. I should hope so. We spent long enough going over it and over it and over it. Leo grinned. And elves are children far longer than we are. Remember. So if this is a dance they practice in school and at festival and at Cyclo, you're saying it's like translating Mando for them. So I shouldn't be impressed? Oh, you should be impressed. It's a lovely dance, and they perform it well. But when Lord Willem prescribed that one in the script, he knew what he was doing. Every elf in the Apollinaria, including the newest come to the city, already knows it. Theo turned with Honore to the street where the bakery was located. Even better, because the grading on the competition is about how well they work together rather than how well they dance individually. They don't need much time rehearsing together to make it work. That's clever. Honore chewed his lip. More efficient? Well, why not both? Still recovering from COVID, but I'm glad you are feeling better. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Kenny. True. Honore walked right past the bakery entrance, stopping 2 doors further to manipulate the latch. Well, are you ready to meet Mistress Martha? Excitement. Leo reminded himself he was excited, not nervous. He put on a grin. A bit late to change my mind now, I guess. Honore opened the door to a small courtyard. Apprentices and journeymen lodging are on this side. Mistress Martha's office and quarters are on the other side of the bakehouse. Leo followed Honore through the open area between what he supposed was the back of the shop and what Honore had called the bakehouse. Wouldn't it be warmer if everything were connected? It would, though we're glad for the separation in summer. Honore stopped in front of another door and knocked. More importantly, Mrs. Martha says the thick stone wall and separation between buildings reduces the risk of fire spreading. That makes sense. Leo wasn't sure 2 meters would be far enough to make much difference, but he was no architect. The woman who opened the door was in a hoopland of rich brown velvet lined with purple silk. Tiny gold and amethyst beads trimmed the edge of her veil. Ah, Honore, and this must be Leo. Come in, have a seat. Leo allowed himself to be ushered into a comfortably appointed sitting room, waiting until Mistress Martha took her seat before taking his own place on a low four-legged stool. Honore remained standing, slightly behind Leo. The weight of his right hand on Leo's shoulder offered wordless support. A slender gray eyebrow arch, but Mistress Martha made no comment on the seating arrangement. Did you have a pleasant outing, Honore? Yes, ma'am. I hope my absence caused no inconvenience. Mistress Martha waved the concern away. Bara might think so, but it's past time she felt the weight of responsibility she holds within this household. To be a journeyman carries obligation as well as authority. Don't you agree, Leopold? Leo bowed his head. That's my understanding of being part of a household, ma'am. Being neither journeyman nor master, I cannot speak to those particulars. Honest, at least, in the limitation of your knowledge. Mrs. Martha nodded. Did you enjoy your outing with my journeyman? Yes, ma'am. The play was somewhat disappointing, but Honore was pleasant company throughout. Would you consider his behavior honorable, suiting the dignity of someone who should become a craftmaster in this city? Was she trying to ask if they'd had sex in the public dining room? Why was that always where people's mind went? But she hadn't asked outright, so there was no need to embarrass Honore by answering what might be the implicit question. Certainly, ma'am. Though the play was in some ways disappointing, Honore was reluctant to say anything until he was confident no feelings would be hurt. All right, give me a moment to deal with this. Da, 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 da. I see. Mr. Smarto steepled their finger. Your courtesy is commendable, Honore. You may leave us now. Honore's hand tightened on Leo's shoulder. Yes, ma'am. Don't use that tone. You're not in trouble. Though if you find any work Barra has left undone against your return, I expect you to inform me of it promptly. Okay, I don't understand this expression, so I can't tell if it needs to be corrected. It feels odd to me. Like it feels like against should be until, but basically I'm just making sure that it is written this way intentionally. That you know that you know. Okay. Again, like it was simply to make sure that it was purposeful. Yes, ma'am. Honore released Leo's shoulder and slow footstep made their way to the door. Leo did not watch him go. He remained politely attentive to the master baker even as the door opened and closed behind him. He's a good boy, Honore. Mistress Martha held Leo in a steady gaze. Yep, okay. It wasn't quite the Tavel standard, but it was close. Are you a good boy, ma'am? Leo considered the question. His mother's praise was irrelevant here, and Lorelli's assessed rather different aspect. He supposed it depended on what Mistress Martha considered good. I tried to be. Took effort not to squirm on the stool, but this was a test. No less than Lorelli's, and Leo knew how to handle those. Breathe, focus, calm. React to what is, not what might be. Oh, that is so valuable. Not just when being tested, all the blipping time. You are not unknown to those who keep apprentices and journeymen, Leopold. No, ma'am? It wasn't entirely a surprise. Leo was included in enough apprentices' activities while he studied various trades that their masters must be at least peripherally aware of it. Yeah. Generally, their opinions is favorable. Several commented that of all the sexual partners their apprentice had, you caused the least drama. Ah, that explained the assumption, at least. And you wish to know my intentions toward those under your protection. Perhaps? Mr. Smith's eyes were as coolly evaluating as Lorelli's mid-scene, though with the exception of... they believe their apprentices initiated the sexual contact. I see. Alrighty, we will have an advertising, Stream Raider Battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 55 allies. We're going up against 275 enemies. Sigma is in first place, already vanishing. Katakrak is in second. Christy Harter is in third. Bing takes over third. Cuddles takes over third. Bing is back in third. Sigma is, let's not even bother. Katakrak is in second. Elful Onion was in third. Bing is back in third. What do we have left? A few. Bing is in second, Katakrak is in third, and we are basically, I think. Wait, why aren't we done? People! Okay, that was an interesting pause in the battle. I don't understand why, but okay. We've won. Sigma OS is way in the distance. 141 kill, 25 assist. Bing is in second place, 20 kill, 28 assist. Katakrak is in third, 19 kill, 15 assist. We have Berserkers, Barbarians, and Musketeers, and no one currently claiming that. The Revnox goes Berserk, Helpful Onion gets Barbarians, and Lunachew gets Musketeers. And we get to move on to the token chest. Where I will put down yet another flying rogue. Hey, what? Let's go here. Yeah, Sigma has this habit of just killing everything and not caring what anybody else might want. I am so glad that I managed to usually get all my kills done when I've got those quests before they jump in the battle, because having Sigma in the battle makes it very difficult for me to get any kill quests done. They're always wiping the board. And they're never in the chat for me to complain about it. And I find this very funny, mainly because I do the same thing, to the point where I have had chapters posted on Royal Road and gotten message which basically says, did you really intend for this to stay in the text? So yeah, this is something I do. I regularly leave things like that, both for me and my co-scripter, because I always forward the chapters for him to reread, comment on, and sometimes fix my problems, fix my mistakes. I see. The gray eyebrow arched again. Not going to confirm or deny. With respect, ma'am, it's not my place to share private details of other sexual activities, even when they are also your own. Yes, ma'am. It wasn't a difficult question, so Leo suspected another test. Those who honor me by sharing themselves have a right to expect discretion. And if those others have spoken about it, that's their decision, ma'am. Mistress Martha sighed. Did you fuck my journeyman tonight? Perhaps the language was meant to shock him. Leo met her eyes. No, ma'am. We enjoyed a meal at Globus and mostly enjoyed the play accompanying it. Which one? The Winter's Tale, ma'am. She nodded. Oh, please. Please. Tell me she's not going there. She nodded. What did you think of the scene where Mamilius' heritage is proven when they unwrap the bundle? Does Morven still play that role? This was most certainly a test. Morven plays both Mamilius and Perdita, yes, but the scene where Perdita's heritage is revealed happened between scene. That was one of the faults. Honore noted that such a major event was not shown within the play itself. Okay, and here's my comment is not about the writing, it's about her as a person. And to be fair, it's because this throwing a wrong piece of information in something, asking to be confirmed, I've seen it in so many TV shows, so many movies, so many books. I am tired of it. But within the context, with what she has access to and her prejudice, it makes sense that she would go for something like that. What it really does to me as a reader is drop my opinion of her. I respect her a little less now. And this is almost certainly on me, not on the writing. Like I said, I've seen that trope so often that I don't think highly of characters that use it. It may, in occasion, go up to the writer, if it is clear, if there was clearly other ways the character should have dealt with it, because it's a very easy trope to go for. But in this situation, like, all she has is her information of her knowledge of the play, what her suspicion of Leo, or wanting to protect Honore. Like, here it lowers my opinion of her, but it's not something that I'm going to put back on you as, oh, you should have found something else. No, it makes perfect sense here that she would go for something like that. Mistress Martha smiled. You would be bothered by that. For me, it was the tonal shift between Act 3 and 4. That and the lecture by time at the beginning of the same act. Yes, ma'am. It passed that. It passed one test, at least. Why did you invite Rugild to the thesis defense at the university? Is it likely to be of particular interest to a baker? I thought it might be of interest to Rugild, ma'am. Rugild is a baker. Rugild is a person. Being a baker is part of who she is and whom she's becoming, but not its entirety. Very good. Mrs. Martha sat back in her chair. You might be good for Honore after all. Ma'am? She shook her head. He's a good boy, but he seems determined to turn himself into a good baker. Yes, ma'am. By cutting off any aspect of himself that does not conform to what he believes a baker to be. Leo bit his lip. I would regret that, I think. He seems a fine young man, and I have enjoyed spending time with him. Will you continue to do so? If he wishes it, ma'am. And Bara, I believe she introduced you? I would prefer not to spend more time with Bara without need. And why is that? Leo met her eyes silently. Mistress Martha sighed. Another issue impinging others' privacy. I'm glad you understand. Why aren't you an apprentice, Leo? Or a journeyman by now? Several of those with whom you passed a year would gladly have accepted you for longer. I will not make promises I do not intend to keep, ma'am. An apprenticeship commits one to a trade, and there are others who need those positions for their future. And you do not? There is Abra again, and arms crossed in front of her. Do you intend to work at a diversion house all your life? Yes, ma'am. It may be a good option when you're young and pretty, but what about when you're older? You won't be 20 years old forever. I will be 24 before I engage in the work of which you're thinking. It was a common question among people who thought they knew more about diversion houses than they did. Most of my colleagues are significantly older than I. Simon and Andrew recently retired at 72, perhaps, though they come in sometime for special clients. And going through a proper apprenticeship would make promises you don't intend to keep? Yes, ma'am. And you don't break promises you've made? It is never my intent, and I do my best to fulfill what I have said. Can you promise me that your intention toward Rugild are purely academic? I cannot. Leo met her eyes. She is an admirable young woman, and I would welcome a friendship with her were one offered. A sexual friendship? She's 16 years old, ma'am. I'm 20. Do you really think that would be appropriate? I do not, which is why I asked the question. Leo nodded. I cannot promise that I have no sexual designs on Rugild and would attempt... No, I can promise that I have no sexual designs on Rugild and would attempt to dissuade her were she to express interest in me, but not outright reject. but not reject her outright. Why did I flip this? But not reject her outright. Leo shook his head. I do not anticipate the situation arising. If it did, many things that I don't now believe will happen will have happened. I cannot promise absolutes in the face of so many unknowns. Mistress Martha sighed heavily. Will you at least promise me not to have sex with the girl on your trip to the thesis defense? That I can promise. Well enough. Mistress Martha shook her head. I am still sending Honore along with you two, mind. But I gather you won't object to that. No, ma'am. Leo paused. Do you require a similar promise from me regarding him? Mistress Martha considered him for a long moment. If I were to require a promise regarding Honore, it would be that you treat him gently, that you tread gently with him and don't engage sexually while he's unwilling. But I don't think I need to ask that of you, do I? No, ma'am. Mistress Martha nodded. Go home, Leopold. Thank you for speaking with me. It was a pleasure, ma'am. Was that a grin at the edge of Mistress Martha's lip? If that is true, it may be that I have lost my touch. Your skill are formidable, my lady. Leo stood and offered her a theatrical bow. But you're focused on protecting those for whom you care allay my fear. I intend no harm, nor will take none from you. Mistress Martha laughed, and you might want to get Lord Willem's stilted dialogue out of your head before returning to work. I can imagine your clients would appreciate it along with their dinner. Well, the Sanguine Horse does cater to niche interest, ma'am. Leo grinned and ducked his head. But you're probably right. I will send word when the thesis defense is set. I like the interaction between Martha. I like, as I said, as my opinion of Mistress Martha is a little lower, not in her as a person, just in her skill, in her. I actually, you know what? I'm probably being unfair. Like, as I said, this is a trope I've seen used so often that, and you know, as I said, that's what she's got to work for. I mean, part of it was the need. Well, yeah, but in part, but looking, you know, untangling it, part of it was that I, as someone who's read so much at this point, who has seen Leo and Honore, felt it a little sleazy that she felt the need to test Leo's honesty about what had happened. And that's unfair. And here's why it is utterly unfair for me to have that opinion of her. Because if she did not do it, she had no way to actually know what would have happened, because Honore would never have told her the truth. And she knows that about Honore. Well, no, and that's what I mean, is that I know, you know, again, putting my, you know, looking at it from her point of view, that test is needed. And it's what, you know, it's what got tangled in all my feeling about, you know, the fact that she's using that method, and, you know, the fact that, you know, she's testing Leo because he's the only one that she has any hope of figuring out what actually happened. Because if she asks Honore directly, she can't trust what he's going to say, because he's going to be too worried about hurting somebody else's honor, about, what he says, regardless of what happened, regardless of his willingness level in what happened, he would still be more worried about how his answer would reflect on Leo than saying, I was badly treated. And even if Honor can take care of himself, but that's the thing here. That's the thing I'm pretty sure she knows, and all of this is about is Honor can't. Honor cannot take care of himself on that level. If Leo had been the kind of person who pushed, it would have happened. No matter how bad Honore would have felt about it, no matter how much he would not have wanted, he would not have been able to stop it. But the thing is, but the legality of it only applies after the fact, and after the fact, the damage is still done. So, and she knows that about Honore at this point. So, she needs to go that far to put herself at ease that, Leo's intention towards Honore, that they include sex or not, are honorable. And this is the thing. This is the thing here. In this situation, honorable does not mean we will never have sex. It means I will respect, or Leo will respect, Honore's feeling on the matter of whatever takes place. And that's that's part of the stuff that, I sort of needed to talk to untangle. And with that also comes the her preconception of, Leo being at the Sanguine Horse, the kind of people and as Leo often, narrates, people have preconception of the kind of people who work at a place like Sanguine Horse. And, she's starting from that point. And on that level, she's actually being pretty kind. Like, she's not going, you're a whore, so did you? She's going, okay, let's keep this as neutral as possible. Oh, yeah. No, that's the thing. And that's where some of the dissonance happened, is that I know he would never do that. And then I had to put myself in her shoes. And she doesn't. She does not know Leo. She's heard stories about him. So she knows that sex is already something that's happened. Like, he's not, he's not chaste or anything like that. And there's at least one incident where he may have been the instigator. So, like, she has reasons. And on that, like I said, I needed to distance myself from how dare you treat Leo that way, and go, okay, why is she treating Leo that way? And yeah, like her behavior makes sense. And I like that it shows that she cares. We've had a few talk, with Honore. We've had Honore talk about, the fact that she does care and that kind of stuff. And we've had one meeting with her, with Honore and her, but now we see how, to the extent. Well, the thing is, that's been, we as the reader already know that unless it's a different one, because that has been referred to at the start of all this. So we, as maybe a reminder, in Leo's mind, maybe. But the thing is, she has no reason to know that. Oh well, okay, sorry, but that's the thing. Okay, I don't know that she knows. All this tells me is that she says that at least once someone claims he initiated it. She does not. But the thing is, we as the reader don't need to know that what she's been told. All we need to know as the reader, all she needs to imply to Leo is, I know enough to know that you're not always the one. Because she's trying to trip him up. She's not trying to be gentle. She's trying to keep things neutral. At least that's the feeling I got. But she is really trying to trip him off because she needs to know for sure. So, she's and to me, that's what this was. That, yeah, most say they initiated it, but there was this one time. What about it? You know, you know, as the reader, that she knows more than she's saying or not is irrelevant. Um, if honestly, I would say the furthest you as the writer may want to go is have maybe Leo wonder, does she know more than she's implying? But I don't think that's needed. At that point, Leo already has already. Mhm. Um, maybe okay. If you want to do something here, maybe establish that Leo understand that this is a test, uh, either before that or then. That I think if you establish that, the reader has enough to look at everything Mistress Martha has said, including that, not necessarily as all the truth. But again, like, I personally don't think it's needed because we've already had okay, well, actually, okay, no. The one thing that might be needed is because this is going to be replaced with a name that we probably have never seen before. So maybe okay. The question is, would Leo know Bilhah's mistress name? Like, would he, if he knows who her mistress is, then have the connection made so that we, the reader, know that this is referring to that incident that Leo has already narrated a time or two earlier in the book. Um, right now, this worked because Bilhah is there, so that works. But once this is replaced with a completely unknown name, then making that connection would probably be useful. just and after that, I think you you should trust your reader to know enough. I mean, hell, if I picked up on it and my memory's bad, I'm pretty sure readers, the average reader would, make the connection. Is there something specific you want me to look at in this section? Hey, Cheshire Bat, welcome to the stream. Ty says, thank you very much. How are you doing today? Yes, exactly. People who didn't put it down for an entirely other novel. You're doing well. Very cool. I am doing well indeed. I'm doing well. Today I am doing a read and comment. We are going through one of Angst's books. This one is finished, correct, Angst? You're not having me read this while you're still writing it, correct? Yeah, like a beta reading. Oh, this is a work in progress. This is but you have chapters already now. Okay. For some reason I thought this one was done. That you had written that you had reached its conclusion. But yes, Cheshire, this is a better reading thing I do. It's a service I offer to the people in the chat. If you look, there's a chat reward for that. It's not cheap because it's I want people. I want to offer that to the people who kind of who show up regularly. And primarily because this is fun, this is interesting, but it's not always easy. One thing to understand is that at this point, I have better read an entire book of Angst. From the start to this, and we're on chapter 14. So I am familiar with her style. I am comfortable, even though there's a lot of Latin in there, and I keep stumbling over that. And also, she is experienced. Like unlike some of the other people for whom I do better reading, she has a fair amount of skill and experience. Oh, I've got hundreds, thousands of points on some channels. Well, it's cheap comparatively. The thing is, like, this keeps people from showing up once, booking an appointment, and vanishing, kind of thing. But the thing is that this has become comfortable to read because I'm familiar, and also Angst is fairly skilled. If you come by in maybe next week or 3 weeks after that, it might be somebody who is much earlier in their journey towards becoming a writer. And it's one of the reasons why, if you look at the description, I make it, like I say, I will read 2,500 words or 2,000 words. And the reason I have 2,000 words is because once I go through explaining what I think could be adjusted and all that kind of stuff, that takes a full 3 hours. The thing with Angst is I can read of her stuff now 10,000 words. And sometimes we still have time at the end because it's that clean, because it's well written. She has skill, she has experience, and those are all things that show in the writing. So I no longer have to stop every other paragraph and go, okay, this doesn't quite work. Let's adjust it. So that the comments I tend to make are a lot more at this point on how I feel about the work, how the character interaction come across, and sometimes those will stretch because what I'll perceive is not our intention, and we'll sort of talk. Okay, so what are you going for? Can we, keep what you've said kind of the same, twisting around a little bit so that the intent you're going for is clearer? But the thing is, these at this point are kind of occasional rather than every other paragraph, which tends to happen with a writer that is not as experienced. You have less skill, it's probably harder on time. Well, but it is why with you, Christy, I went through actually the last time you only gave me 1,000 words, I think. But with you and Mr. the Cat, 2,000 word kind of takes me to the end of my afternoon. While with Angst, like the first time it happened, I went, we're done. There's 2.5 hours left. Do you have anything else? Because it's not I only want to read 2,000 word. Is I'm pretty sure 2,000 word is the only thing I can do in 3 hour time. But with Angst, because of how skilled they are, I can go through more. May you ask how many books I've written? I have published 19 books at this point. Self-published, to be clear. You can see them rotate in the side. If you count, there should be 19 books there. I'm pretty sure they're all there. Oh, wait a minute. No, 6. Yeah, it should be 19. Well, I mean, it's over a decade at this point. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Cheshire. The thing is, it's over, actually, at this point, it's more than a decade. Like, I've been doing this for a while. So, I appreciate that you are impressed. Do keep in mind that it was not, overnight. Each book took a while to write, to properly edit, and, then put out. So, all right. So, I will get back to that. We are going to make you read your nervous fantasy novel and hate your life. Well, we're going to do that 2,000 word at a time. And it's going to cost you 7.5k word, clause each time. And the goal is you will improve over time. You will learn. Honestly, before you jump on the bandwagon, try to catch, like I would say, come next Thursday. Actually, let me confirm the next Thursday. Yeah, next Thursday is going to be Mr. the Cat. Mr. the Cat is not as skilled as Angst. They are earlier in their journey, and it would probably get you a better feel for what to expect should I do that for you. I do my best to be kind. I do my best to be constructive, but I do not feel that my goal is to stroke your ego. And I say you in the general. I've literally had someone tell me to stop because they came in under false belief that, they thought that what I was, I don't, well, okay. Honestly, I don't know what they thought, but it became clear very quickly that what they were looking for was, yes, this is very good. You should keep writing. While what I got was, I want you to keep writing, but this really needs work. This is the thing, like, I don't want somebody to leave this feeling like they should walk away from writing. But writing is not easy. Writing, takes work. And the other thing also, one of the things that I always ask the first time I'm with somebody like that is, why does that person write? Because if they write purely for their own pleasure, I will not be quite as critical. There's a lot of places where I'll go, you know what? You're writing for yourself. I'm letting this go. You're enjoying it. You're having fun. That's cool. If somebody like that person writes to put the work in front of other people, I'm going to be a little more critical because, other people will have different point of view, and that needs to be accounted for. Your ego feels pretty angst. Well, it's deserved. Your writing is quite good. But yes, I will start the next part. Part of Honoré was disappointed to be sent away from Leo's interview with Mistress Martha. He'd expected to be there to speak to Rigaud's desire for the outing. Part of his role as journeyman was to represent the apprentices' interest to their mistress and Mistress Martha's requirement to her apprentice. How could he do that if he weren't present to hear her concern? He didn't know why Leo had chosen to take the low stool Mistress Martha kept for apprentices being called to ask for their behavior either. Its legs were cut a little too low, so even the lankiest apprentice would be looking up at her. But Leo hadn't done anything wrong. And okay, I want to check something here. Well, more than one thing. Should be assured. Okay. All right. Here's something. Okay. We comfortably appointed sitting room, waiting until Mistress Martha took her seat before taking his own place on a low four-legged stool. I mean, standing beyond Leo, waiting. Okay. You may want to indicate that there are other options. I know that you might feel that comfortably appointed might include that, but I utterly missed that this sitting on that low stool was a choice that Leo made. And knowing that it's a choice he makes actually, I think, is important here. I don't know if you want, since we're in his head, I don't know if you want to indicate that he's already preparing himself for a form of test, and that he's basically accepting his role as the person being interrogated this way. But at the very least, showing that Leo could have sat on a seat level with her and chose something lower, I think here that would be important because yeah, I had I that's I that I had not picked that up. He didn't know why Leo had chosen to take the low stool Mistress Martha kept for apprentices being called to task for the behavior either. Its legs were cut a little too low, so even the lankiest apprentice would be looking up at her. But Leo hadn't done anything wrong, and Honore had thought to offer him support through the interview. It wasn't much, really, but something Honore could do to return Leo's kindness. Keying off something in her gaze that Honore, well, yeah, and he's got training in that direction. That again, I mean, it is again another place where you could, you know, link it back to things that he has gone through, that he's going through at the Sanguine Horse, part of his training. Because as it's mentioned a little later, it's a reminiscence of something Lorelei would do, but she would be a little harsher about it. I think maybe it's something you mentioned. Until he couldn't. Mistress Martha asking how they enjoyed the play might be a simple courtesy. Expected pleasantries when meeting acquaintances, but her questions went beyond that. Surely she didn't think that Honore would have disgraced Prisminium Peritorum with his public behavior, and she'd been looking at Leo when she asked it, as if any misbehavior of Honore's would reflect on Leo. But that made no sense. That made no sense either. And either way, why would Mistress Martha wish to speak to Leo alone? Leo's a bit better at meeting people when she chooses. Well, yeah. It wasn't his job to worry about what Mistress Martha was thinking, Honore reminded himself. If he needed to know, surely she would tell him. Or else he could ask her, since understanding her reasons made him more effective at anticipating what would be required. But even as a child, he'd been taught that the time for asking why was when adults were at leisure to respond, not while they were entertaining guests. And Leo was Mistress Martha's guest, even if he was sitting on the naughty apprentice stool. And Honore had his own responsibilities to consider. Mistress Martha had suggested that Barra might consider Honore negligent in his absence. He wasn't, really. Honore and Barra shared responsibility, and part of the way they divided it was time. Barra certainly disappeared quickly enough, or didn't appear in case of mourning, when Honore was responsible for the apprentices. Surely she couldn't blame him for taking one afternoon. Honore? It was Omer's voice, and Honore shook the cloud from his thoughts to return to the boy. Yes, Omer? Are you back now? The young man flushed. I mean, clearly you're back. You're here. I mean, in front of me. But are you, botherable? Honore suppressed a smile. It's not bothering. Didn't I say you could always bring me problems? Well, it's not a problem. Exactly. Or I don't think it is. I hope it's not. But it's just... Omer glanced behind himself to the bakehouse, then back to Honore. You always used to check the oven at the end of the day to make sure it was properly clean. And it always was when you did it, other than that one issue with the Fesne. Omer had been dutiful apprentice ever since he arrived. He redoubled his effort over the Festival of Terra. Thank you, but... Omer looked at the ground. I just feel better if you looked at it, all right? If you have the time, I mean... Have you asked Barra? Honore started toward the bakehouse before Omer answered. There was never any question of his refusing, but if Omer were uncomfortable asking Barra to check his work, he needed to know about it. Mistress Martha needed to know about it, but Honore would do for a start. I did. Omer followed Honore through the bakehouse door. She said I ought to know what I'm doing by now, and, well, you always say that a princess makes a mistake, and that's why you checked it, even though it was always fine. So I thought maybe I'd ask Pertha or Khorasan, since they've been here longest, but then I saw you, and I thought... You thought that you could bring me anything that concerns you. Honore scanned the interior of the bakehouse. All the tools were cleaned and stacked or hung where they belonged, and you were right to do so. You're not cross? Omer followed Honori's gaze around the room. Bara was a little cross that I bothered her. Honori set aside the oven door. Is there a reason you replaced this? Honori set aside the oven door. Is there a reason you replaced it? Bara said it didn't really matter, but the morning crew would be cozier if we replaced it. What is the dis here? What is this referring to? Did I miss the start of a battle? Did I miss the start of a battle? Yes, I did. Okay, well, while you're typing that, we're going to have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I'll be right back. Oh, okay. I get what I read wrong. Or battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 61 allies. We're going up against 101 enemies. And we start with Sigma in the lead again. Mope is in second. Arcten is in third. Wendrog takes over third. Lucy is in third, is in second. Mope is in third. Lucy's in second again. Mope is in third again. Sigma's vanishing again, although this time he's not by killing everything. Lucifer's in second. Coralize takes over third. Arcten, Silver, Mope, and others have killed epics. Sigma's in first. Lucifer is in second, and I believe that we are done. We have one. Sigma OS is in first place. 2 kills, 81 assists. Yeah, that's how you... Lucifer is in second place, 17 kills, 32 assists. And Coralize is in third. 1 kill, 23 assists. We have monks, musketeers, and saints. And no one claiming them at this time. So, Sigma OS, Lucifer get monked. Decanizer, Silver the Diamond Witch get musketeers. Mr. Bellador has been sanctified. And we move on to the boss battle. Where? There we go. I am putting up another Flying Rogues. Okay, that's fire. So, fire and lightning. Alright, you know what? We're going to do that. We are going to set ourselves up here to catch that and hopefully have a bit of an edge. If the worst comes to worst, we'll end up catching the fire again and we'll be on an even footing. Alright, it is past 2 p.m. for me, so time to check in on the shop where Flying Rogues get purchased. I'm above 20k, I get a refresh. I'm above 25, I get another refresh. And that is that. So, 25 minutes, sorry, half an hour to see how this turns out. And to visit the viewer side shop where musketeers are getting purchased. I'm above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. And that is that. All right. So here's why I ended up asking, because I read replaced as putting a new item there. And you mean it as putting it back. Ask your other beta readers about this one, because if they're also confused about it, you may want to change the wording, even if dialogue can be, can be as however you decide to do it. This may be a case where clarifying will benefit what is happening rather than so there's a place. Barra said it didn't really matter, but the morning crew would be cozier if we replaced it. Okay. Did Barra say it didn't matter, but the morning crew would be cozier if we replaced it? Or did Barra say it didn't matter, but Omer felt the morning crew would be cozier if they replaced it? Okay, so she said all of that. It didn't really matter, but because you're if we replaced it. Okay. It can be read both ways. That's why, and the only way I can see to clarify it would be if he had felt it would be cozier. If it's all Barra, then yeah, this is how I would also see it. Did we do wrong? Not wrong, exactly. We usually leave it off so the oven cools more quickly, but I don't suppose it would be dangerously hot by morning, either way. Honor peered into the oven. Did you clean this? Omer looked away. Not exactly, since it will just be fired again in the morning and then need to be shoveled. From that, there didn't seem to be much point. There's a lot of ash left in here. Honor steered the ash with a long-handled shovel. Why weren't they cleared out before the last load of bread went in? I thought I taught you that. If you don't shovel out the ashes and mop the oven floor, the loaves will come out with ash and lie on the bottom. The loaves weren't baking as fast as we wanted. Barra said it was because we left the door off too long between batches, but we decided to kindle a small fire in the mouth of the oven to bring it back up to temperature. As it did, the look on Honor's face. I worried that we'd have to drag the loaves through the fresh ashes, but Barra said we would brush them off and it would be fine. Did she now? Perhaps this was why Mr. Smartha said Barra might complain that his absence was inconvenient, but he wouldn't have been in the bakehouse even if he'd stayed home. That wasn't the biggest problem, though, was it? No. Omer hung his head. They didn't bake evenly. Or I suspected that was understating the case. Even if the side nearest to the fire hadn't burnt outright, soot would surely have marred them. What did you do about that? Well, it was the last load of the night, so not really a full oven. That's why there was room for the fire. So Barra said to move the loaves from the window to the basket and put the nice side towards the street. He wasn't meeting Honora's eyes anymore. Nobody bought them, after all, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Honor frowned. Does your integrity matter, Omer? The young man spine straightened. Yes, sir. Integrity governs what you do unobserved. Apprentices make mistakes in learning, but I still expect each of you to do your best with every loaf you bake. Were those loaves your best work? No, sir. Did you know when you started the second fire they would not be? Well, I didn't know. No. Omar wilted under Honor's gaze. I suspected, yes. Honor shook his head. Should he bring Omar before Mistress Martha to review this in more detail? If Omar was telling the truth, Barra's supervision was a significant contributing factor, and she surely hadn't checked and passed the oven for after baking. If it was passed the oven after baking, if it was in this state, I expect you to do better, Omar. Yes, sir. I'm trying. Took a breath. But working with Barra, sir, it's different than working with you. It's important to be able to work with different people. I know! Omar interrupted the word in what was very close to a whine. But when you say to do it one way and Barra says it doesn't matter, it's hard to learn what's right. Honor sighed. I'll discuss it with her. Now, what are we going to do about this oven? Sweep it out? Are you asking me or telling? Telling, Omar said. We should have done it before. You taught us better, even if Barra said it didn't matter. Honor nodded, waiting for Omar to fetch the pail and shovel. You're still learning, and it is right that you look to your elder for guidance. But at the end of the day, you're responsible for for the choices you make. If you're making choices that don't lead to good bread, it shouldn't be my judgment that worries you. No, sir, you're right. Omar reached into the oven with the blade of his shovel. I suppose I knew that, really. And that was why you asked me to take a look. He held the pail beneath the oven's lip. You did the right thing, Omar, in the end. Now, we just need to work on doing it earlier. Omar glanced back at him, a hopeful smile at the edge of his mouth. So, you're not angry? Or not very angry, at least? I expect you to do better in the future, but no. As long as you learn from this and don't make the same mistake again, I'm not angry. There was another question on Honor's mind, though. There are 3 other apprentices in the afternoon group. Did they have no concern? Omar blushed. I asked them about it, if they thought you'd approve, I mean, and they said not to go looking for trouble. If it was a big deal, we'd be sure to hear about it in the morning. If that's the way they want it, Honor offered a smile. Kindly refrain from mentioning this to them. That you were disappointed in how we left it? Or that you approached me at all, or that we cleaned it tonight? Leo has said that when we choose action, we choose their consequences. They chose to wait for me to yell at them tomorrow. So that's what you'll do? Omar looked nervous. Are you going to talk to Miss Martha about it? You should. Really should. But it was late, and she was already in the mood he couldn't estimate, and he should be able to handle a handful of lazy apprentices. Not this time, though. If the situation recur, I'll have to. I understand. Omar's shovel scraped against the stone floor of the oven, putting Honore's teeth on edge. Thank you for being lenient with me. Honor smiled. Don't thank me until after tomorrow. I won't make you bear the weight of this alone, but I can't exempt you from the punishment without raising suspicion. Omar swallowed. It's probably better if they don't think I tattled. Are you worried about that? Bullying was a much bigger issue than apprentices cutting corner when they could. That was something he would have to bring to Mistress Martha's attention, though missing it for so long would reflect poorly on Honore. No, sir. Another convulsive swallow made the word harder to believe. Not here, I mean. But I've tried to keep my head down, other than the thing with Amanda, and, well, you know how that turned out. Not trying to cause trouble is good, but you did the right thing in coming to me with your concerns. And if you feel that you're being treated unjustly, you have every right to bring your concern to one of your journeymen as well. That's why we're here. What if... I looked around. What if it's a journeyman who's being unfair? If you have a problem with me or Barra, or if you don't think we've handled your concerns, you can take it to Mistress Martha herself. Honor understood the look of horror on Honor's face perfectly. At 16, he might have felt the same. I know it seems intimidating to approach her directly, but Mistress Martha is responsible for all the apprentices here. Bara and I function in her stead for things we can, but the responsibility ultimately is hers. Yes, sir. Omer looked around. Are we done here? May I be excused? What do you think? Omer frowned, obviously reviewing a checklist in his head. The stool are clean and away. We've cleaned the oven and the ashes. Yes. The ashes are cold, or nearly so, but we still need to pour water over them to be sure. Honoré nodded and let Omer see a smile. Good catch. When it comes to fire, we don't take risks. Omer lowered a dipper into the cask of clean water. We may have to refill this before the end of the week at this rate. If we do, we do. Honore shrugged. Air is often drier in the season of Terra. It takes more water to hydrate the dough than when when it can't pull it out of the air. Oh, that makes sense. Omer sprinkled a generous portion of water over the ashes in the pan. I guess it was kind of a dumb question. The question that takes you from knowing to understanding is never wasted. Yes. Honore smiled again and returned the pail to its place. Have a good evening, Omer. And try not to worry too much about tomorrow. As long as I know you're not really angry at me, it'll be okay. Unexpectedly, Omer hugged Honore around the waist. Thank you for explaining everything. I wish I were still on your team. There are things you can learn from Bara, I'm sure, other than cutting corners, Honore hoped, and everything will be rearranged in the new year. Get through this quarter first, then we'll see what we can do. Omer pulled back and nodded. I'll do my best, Honore. You'll see. I'll make you proud, and I'll make me proud as well. That's the important thing. Fondly, Honore watched Omer leave the bakehouse. He gave the younger man enough time to be safely out of sight before leaving the building himself. The window to Mistress Martha's office and saloon were dark, though a light still shone behind the bubbled glass of her bedroom window. Honore must have missed Leo's departure then, though, of course, he couldn't delay the man getting back to work. That Leo had chosen to be late for work in order to spend time with Honore was still almost unbelievable. They'd spent one day together during the Festival of Terra, and not even alone together. They'd stayed mostly with the group from the bakery. Why would Leo make time for Honore on the basis of so short an acquaintance? When he asked Bara that question, after they'd both returned to the journeyman's cubiculum, she shrugged. It's Leo. He's like that. What do you mean, he's like that? Honore struggled to moderate his tone. We've met twice, and he acts like we've been friends forever. Yeah, that's Leo. Bara pulled off her shoes and stocking and tossed them past. Quick question. Is this something he's remembering, or is this happening now? Okay. Okay. The phrasing makes that a little unclear. Because are we? Something to the effect of he saw Bara when he entered the journeyman's curriculum and asked would make it a little clearer, because this makes it feel like we're in the past and then it gets a little jarring if that's the case. But yeah, something like, a clear straight line. So, he's heading for the cubiculum. So, he would enter it, see Bara, then ask the question, would make it feel more in the now. What do you mean he's like that? Nor struggled to moderate his tone. We've met twice now, and he acts like we've been friends forever. Yeah, that's Leo. Bara pulled off her shoes and stocking and tossed them past the end of her bed. I told you he was nice. He likes people, and there's no reason not to like you. But he has no reason to like me either. Bara didn't try to deny it. He doesn't need one. That's just how Leo is. Nobody's that nice. Except it hadn't been just to Honore. Leo had been kind to the waitress too, and the young performer. He'd been ready to turn back and help her. If Anthony... Is this on purpose? Honore forgetting that they're an elf? I just want to make sure, because you have a tendency of being on point for those. Okay. Anthony hadn't already had it under control, and there was how he'd been with the apprentices, and even when Bara was less than polite. Leo is, Bara shrugged. You are welcome. Are you ready to sleep with him yet? Oh. What? In thinking about the man, he'd forgotten Bara's purpose to introducing them, or maybe just wanted to forget. Leo made it easy. No, I told you, I don't want that. But you like Leo. As a friend? Was the emphasizing the word for Bara's benefit or his own? Sure, Leo had bought him to the slide token. I'd bought him the slide token and paid for dinner and the show, but there was none of the foolish nonsense the actors had played out in Act 4. Leo is very friendly. Bara's lair made the statement into something improper. When you're ready to give it a shot, remember, Leo doesn't say no. Yeah, thanks. Caused Bara to turn the memory of a pleasant outing into something lewd. She and that waitress would get along well. Leo didn't say no, but he listened to it, didn't he? He'd offered to skip the ice slide when Honore was uncomfortable, and when he'd said he didn't want to meet Morven, Leo dropped the issue entirely. If Leo didn't say no, he also wasn't pushing yes, and Honore had enjoyed their time together. He wanted to see the man again, but he didn't want to suggest. Well, there was no point in worrying about it. If Mistress Martha approved, the next time he saw the man would be with Regale at the thesis defense. Surely nothing would happen in the academic setting or with Regale present. Honore set the timer candle on the table, a safe distance outside his bed curtain, pulled them closed, and closed his eyes. His pillow was soft, his mattress comfortable, and the bedding clean and warm. Nonetheless, sleep was a long time coming. Yeah, Bara's not helping her case at all. I do like that he tells her that outright. It feels like in this time, it's not. It comes a little. It is surely what Barra thinks. Um, it feels like it comes out easier this time. Um, and I like that even mentally, he's no longer making excuses for her. Because the Bara of the start of the story would probably be trying to find ways of making what she's implying either his own misinterpretation or, him not understanding exactly what she means. Um, while he's not outright thinking it, it's starting to feel like he's getting enough of her. Like, and I like that aspect. I mean, I like that he is ever so slowly starting to build boundaries. That yeah, oh yeah. I mean, yeah. I like how he handles Omer. I like how he deals with the situation. Um, like yeah, he knows his job. Like he deserves to be a journeyman. Like that, you know. Uh, well, and the thing is, like, okay, he's not competent with Leo, but that's not his job. I think. I mean, to be fair, here we get a direct demonstration, but we've seen. Well, yeah. I mean, because we're in his head, we have seen level of competence when it comes to the bakery on his part. Um, so, like, I like seeing his interaction with Omer. Like, I like seeing him as a teacher, as someone instructing, um, as someone taking Omer from, okay, this is wrong. Well, yeah, this is wrong. Now, how do we resolve it? You made a mistake. That's fine. That's normal. Now we need to address it. Question for you. Is the scene of Leo berating the apprentices for a poorly done job written? Is that something that's going to be on the page? You don't remember? um I mean, I'll find out when I read, but I think it should be. I think it deserves to be because we've seen Honore be a kind teacher. I think that his character, our understanding of his character, will benefit by seeing him being stern. And I want Barra to be there, but I don't know. But yeah, I definitely like that. I like seeing him in the bakery. To be cool, cool. I like character interaction. I like the back and forth between people. It's one of the things that I quite enjoy, both writing it and reading it. So this I liked. As I said, I like seeing him as an instructor. Dealing with a situation that's not ideal, that and how he handles it. And yes, seeing that he is a competent instructor. I like another demonstration of one of the apprentices being willing to go to him for help. Is there something you want me to look at again or comment on something specific? All right. Well, I don't know who's still there, but I've got about half an hour. So if anybody has question, if anybody wants to inquire, like if anybody wants to talk, basically ask questions and stuff like that, I'm here for another half hour. The read and comment itself is done. So now is the time. This was a neat story. It is interesting. Angst has a very interesting world. You like that, blame already? Well, who else would I blame? Who else would I blame? I'm not keen on making excuses. I like to think that I take responsibility for my screw ups, and I will hold other people accountable for their screw up. Alrighty, we will have an advertising Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back. Really? Really? Alright, let's try this again. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 56 allies. We're going up against 130 enemies. Sigma starts in the lead again. Arctin is in second. JL takes over second place. Christy is in third. Oh, hey, JL is in first. Sigma's no longer there. Sigma's in second place. Christy is in third. Mope has killed the boss. Oh, come on, JL. Keep at it. Keep at it. Stay there. Sigma's still in second. Judy is in third. Mope takes over third. And I think we finally have somebody other than Sigma in first place. And we're done. We've won. JL Kato is in. Wow, we just won this. We just won unit on top of that. 47 kill, 10 assist. Sigma OS is in second place, 2 kill, 37 assist. And Judy Black Cloud is in third, 17 assist. We have Lego heads. We've got monks. We've got nobody claiming them. So, JL Kato gets monked. Arcten Telemetros gets Legos. And I am going to... You know what? We've cleared them out. I'm going to call the battling done. Starting another battle right now would just take me too close to 3:30. So yeah, tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Placement will start for an easy battle, going to gold, skin, scroll, skin, and the boss. And no, I am not starting here. Learn my lesson. Starting up here, going that way, and all the way there. So, I hope to see you then. And yeah, if people have questions, I am glad that you enjoyed this, Cheshire. And yeah, the world is very interesting. The world and the character. Means you're not accidentally painting a person whom bad things happen because poor, pitiful them until the fairy godparents shows up to fix them. Well, no, I mean, you know, things clearly happen because people are involved. Sometimes it's, at this point, because we're in his head, a lot of the time is Honoré and sometimes it's Barra. Yeah, but the way you write it, like, you don't, I mean, in this story at least, and I mean, and even in Trochim's story, the way you write it, it is there, it is clearly happening, but the story is not an excuse for it. It definitely needs a tag, a warning, so that people know that things will be a little spicy. But it's like I would hand Trochim's story to friends of mine who enjoy relationship stories, for lack of a better word, and not really bother pointing out, oh, this is, you're going to have BDSM related stuff in there, like if I were to pick that up without a tag, I would go, okay, that's fine, that's part of the decor, like, you're not overly detailed about it, and that makes it fine for me. I mean, okay, you have heard my complaint about the what's it called, the trigger warnings. Like, I utterly despise that. I understand that that some people need them, but I'm old. I'm from a time where that was not a thing. When you picked up a book, you picked up like I literally, I there's for those who are familiar with the Wild Card series of books, there is these are aimed at you know late teens, like it's not a young adult series, but I picked it up probably when I was in my early 20s. Like it's a superhero stuff, superpowered stuff. And there's a scene kind of out of nowhere of a character giving a blowjob, a female character giving a blowjob to a male character in a car. Now, they don't go into overly descriptive, but they make it clear what's going on. And like, I went, okay, well, that's interesting. Because I wasn't expecting it, but I just accepted it as part of what is there. Like you pick up a book, and as far as I'm concerned, you take a risk, and that's part of picking up a book. Yeah, like yeah, people telling you I'm fine with that. It's this requirement that I now have to stamp on my book. Oh, you know, there's going to be a secondary character in there who's in a relationship with a guy. You know, the main character is going to be gay. You know, unless I'm going to be explicit with the sex that's happening, and I have a series that does that, and it's clearly written on there. Like, honestly, come on. Yes. Yes. Firefly is definitely, especially since 99% of everything else Piers Anthony has written, uh, is aimed at a much younger audience. Therefore, it is not unreasonable to expect someone to come up to see, oh, Piers Anthony, Fireflies, I'll give that to my kid. Um, yeah, no. Yeah, it is one of the reason why I'm working towards splitting my stuff. I don't know that I'm going to rebrand what I've already done, mainly because it's done. But going forward, I am definitely I'm not going for big pen names, but I'm going with just enough variation that somebody who picks up Bottom Rung on Amazon should not accidentally come across Inheriting the Line. Like I want, a division so that, and I'm spreading it a little further in that, even, I'm splitting my fantasy, my science fiction, my action romance will probably get, well, not probably, is getting an actual pen name, because men writing romance related stuff doesn't sell. Don't ask me why, but it seems that only women can write romance related stuff, even among gay, even the gay stuff. So the child sexual abuse is special. Not saying you should write it, but yeah, but it's yeah, like yeah. I mean, if something's going to be Okay, at this point, I need a bit of clarification. Are you saying that I have that in some of my in my stories where and it's not properly warned, or are you back to Firefly? Yeah. Okay. All right. No, no. Firefly was not. Uh, like I picked it up knowing it was for adult, but and the reason I knew is because a friend of mine warned me. But yeah, I personally I don't think that should have been marketed under Piers Anthony's name. That should have been done under a pen name. Incarnation of Immortality wasn't for kids. Was that Piers Anthony? Huh. Okay. But yeah, no, you're right. It is a much more mature series of book. Although I was not particularly impressed with those I read. Especially not a Tangle Skeen. That one's bad. Um, but yeah, it's. Oh, actually, you know what? That one is a perfect example of me blaming the writer for stuff because he throws in puzzles for the main character to solve towards the endish of the book when the devil is testing her and stuff like that. And the puzzles are so damn simple that her being confused about them really makes her come across as dumb. And two, they just happen to be the puzzles her husband used to dot over. Like, you know, if you're the devil, are you trying to let her win? Like, oh man, that was that cringy to me for me to read. Like, I was going, oh come on, really? Um, and it should not be surprising that it's the last book of the series I read. Like, I just yeah no, I had enough after that one. No, no, because you have established that this is a category of talk that he's clueless about. That he doesn't pick up on us. And the thing also is that you didn't then go, you didn't then have a neighbor, somebody else go, she's talking about you bleeping, giving him a blowjob, right? No, it's happening there, and he works it out. Not has a memory of somebody else talking. No, that's the thing is that, yes, he is clueless. Being clueless is not the same thing as one, being dumb, two, the writer being, I honestly want to say incompetent at this point with that book. You know, it fits the character. What Piers Anthony did there doesn't fit the character or even the antagonist. The devil is supposed to want her to lose. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. No, I have no issues with Honore's behavior. It completely fits who you establish he is and the situation. And ultimately, he resolves it. It's not the solution is not handed to him on a silver platter. So yeah, no, I have no problem with that. Now, I quite enjoyed the Zen series, although after a while I got tired of it because I'm sorry, puns. I have a fairly low tolerance for them. Uh, but yeah, the incarnation of immortality. Um, well, that's the thing. It was a funny gimmick. Like I think I read 4 or 5 of the books, and it was a funny gimmick, and he was very clever. Like there are some of the puns in there that are, oh wow, I would not have thought about. The one that pops to my head right now is the cottage cheese house. Like never would the that play on word would have occurred to me. Um, and I'm glad that I stopped. I'm not going to say where I stopped, but that I stopped because I then read that after a while he started getting so desperate for puns that he basically put in what his readership was sending him. At which point in my mind is, okay, if you're going to do that, that's when you need to stop the book, to stop the series. At that point you have exhausted the well. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Oh, it is here. Huh. Interesting. Hey, Oliver. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Your clock has been reset. Doing good. Glad to hear that. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Wrote a chapter for the World Witches this morning, and this afternoon it was a read and comment of more of Leo and Honore from Angst. And I will probably be bringing the stream to an end shortly, unless people have stuff they want to talk about. Ian Hertz, you burnt yourself while cooking. Sorry to hear that. I'm glad that it's better, that it's fine. Hope it heals well and quickly. Shay. Huh. Why am I not seeing them on my list? Oh, there they are. Alrighty, well, no, it's just I follow them, so I was kind of wondering why they weren't showing up on my list, but they are there. They're just sandwiched between two names, and for some reason I kept jumping over. But yes, with this guiding the raid, leading the raid, I will end the stream. So, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping us company. Thank you, Angst, for the privilege of reading and commenting on your story. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild and then in the afternoon on the Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good rest of the week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.